has been fueling this tragedy for decades. Madam President, terrorism remains a serious threat to peace and international security. No region of the world has been spared. After Asia, Western Europe, and North America, this scourge has become rooted in Africa and is destabilizing several sub-regions. Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, although eroded by international action, maintains some capacity in gray zones and is spreading its influence. Boko Haram in the north of Nigeria and Al-Shabaab in Somalia maintain significant territorial control. In Central Africa, after the devastation caused by the Lord's Resistance Army, or LRA, led by Joseph Kony, the northeast of the DRC is suffering under the Allied Democratic Forces, a Ugandan terrorist group that has sworn allegiance to the Islamic State. These extremist groups have left behind them in their wake a devastating toll of loss of human life and continue to threaten regional stability. A member of the Global Coalition Against ISIS, the DRC calls on the UN to more staunchly implement the recommendations of this coalition and the Aqaba process, that is to say, the sharing of intelligence, curbing of financing, combat against propaganda and sanctuaries for terrorism, as well as increased support to victim communities while fully respecting international humanitarian law. Madam President, as we face a climate crisis, the Paris Agreement remains a crucial legal framework for the accountability of states when it comes to emissions and adaptation to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thus, the DRC has adopted its National Adaptation Plan 2022-2026. We have committed to stopping and reversing deforestation and forest degradation, land degradation by 2031, while promoting sustainable development and inclusive rural transformation. Since December 2021, a package of measures has supported the restoration of forests, especially the School Garden Program, to plant 1 billion trees by 2030. This aims to strengthen CO2 sequestration and the resilience of our ecosystems. We commend the adoption of the 5/CMA.5 decision, which establishes new financing mechanisms, including the Loss and Damages Fund, to complement existing resources and to provide tangible solutions for the most vulnerable countries. With our unique environmental capacity, the DRC is at the heart of these solutions. It's prepared to mobilize its natural assets to protect the global climate, as long as financial commitments are predictable, accessible, and commensurate with environmental and human imperatives. Madam President, allow me also to address the issue of energy challenges and the protection of our ecosystems. I'd like to recall that the Congo Basin is home to the second largest tropical forest in the world, considered by many scientists to be the largest land-based carbon sink, as well as a vast hydrographic network dominated by the Congo River, the second largest in the world in terms of throughput. These vital resources are severely threatened by destructive activities including deforestation, illegal exploitation, and pollution, which are often exacerbated by recurring armed conflict, which amount to real crimes against nature. That is why the DRC supports the initiative spearheaded by Vanuatu, Fiji, and Samoa to establish at the international level ecocide as a crime in order to punish illicit acts and arbitrary actions that cause severe environmental damage. Madam President, the adoption of the Pact for the Future recalls the necessity of accelerating the implementation of the SDGs 5 years before the deadline of 2030. The DRC has placed this imperative at the center of its action through the Strategic National Development Plan 2024-2028, which places the Congolese people at the heart of its priorities and incorporates the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, the environmental, social, and economic dimensions. This plan is based on clear guidelines, including strengthening democratic governance and security, modernizing infrastructure and the business environment, protecting the environment, and guaranteeing access to essential social services, including water, sanitation, education, healthcare, electricity, and so forth. The results have been mixed, for only SDGs 12 and 13 still seem attainable by 2030. But concrete progress has been made. Free education has allowed more than 5 million children to return to school. Universal health coverage has expanded access to high-quality health care. Women's empowerment policies are reducing socioeconomic gaps. These accomplishments, however, are jeopardized by the persistent lack of security in the east of the country and the vulnerability of our economy to external shocks. Our economy, therefore, must transform in order to become a driver of sustainability and prosperity. My country is a solution to climate challenges. My country plans to make full use of its forests, its biodiversity within a climate economy that is turned toward a green, resilient, low-carbon type of growth. In this regard, the Grand UNGA project, one of the largest hydroelectric complexes in the world, embodies our ambition and strengthens the position of the DRC as a country of solutions. It provides clean, competitive energy to provide electricity to our territory, to decarbonize our industries, to support regional energy integration, and to pave the way for new applications, including green hydrogen. This trajectory is based on developing integrated carbon markets, attracting responsible investment, and creating decent jobs and sustainable livelihoods for our communities. However, there remains one major obstacle: financial constraints. The growing burden of African public debt combined with illicit financial flows is reducing our room for maneuver. The additional needs for achieving the SDGs in Africa have been estimated at $1.6 trillion. At the same time, illicit capital flight is undermining our currency and our macroeconomic stability. Hence the need for urgent reform of the international financial architecture in order to guarantee that developing countries have fair and predictable access to concessional financing that is aligned with their national trajectories, including through a better channeling of special drawing rights, capitalization of multilateral development banks, as well as counter-cyclical cash flows and a strengthened fight against illicit flows. Madam President, since I took up my post in my country, the DRC, I have pushed for a new dynamic in public affairs that includes systematically the gender dimension at all levels to ensure heightened presence of women in decision-making bodies. For example, the percentage of women within the government has risen from 17% in 2019 to 32% in 2025. Madam President, as part of a strategic and multi-sectoral approach that aims to mobilize the youth for national progress, my government has adopted a national youth policy. This demonstrates the commitment of our state to ensure full participation of young people in the life of our nation, and that to make sure it is a priority, a cross-cutting priority associated with clear and measurable goals. Madam President, the DRC aspires toward peace, justice, and development. It is ready to take action alongside all of you for a UN that is stronger, more inclusive, and more just. With all of its human, natural, and strategic assets, my country plans to use them to build a better future for future generations and for our common house, that is planet Earth. God bless humanity. May God bless us with the grace of a real lasting peace between all of the world's nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdulatif Jamal Rashid, President of the Republic of Iraq. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful. Allow me to begin by congratulating Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. I extend my appreciation to His Excellency Philemon Yang for his commendable efforts at the helm of the previous session. Your Excellency, Madam President, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. I have the honor to stand here today before you to address you on behalf of Iraq, which boasts a long-standing history that you are all aware of, a history rife with challenges that we've faced and managed to prevail over, a history rich with hope, aspirations, and opportunities that our people is seeking to leverage in cooperation with our friends and thanks to the support of international organizations, namely the United Nations. On behalf of the government and people of Iraq, I wish to thank the United Nations for its role in support and defense of the democratic system in our country. This was done through the representatives of the Secretary General, from the late Sergio de Mello to His Excellency Mohammed Al-Hassan, who will be our partner in the drawdown of UNAMI in Iraq as it completes its work, and as we await the completion of the work of the UNITAD. Pursuant to Security Council Resolution 2732 and 2697, this is a testament to the stability of the security situation in Iraq and the entrenchment of our democratic political system. I stand here before you today while Iraq has regained its rightful place in the international community and in relations with its neighboring countries. I address you while my country chairs the session of the current session of the Arab League and the 77 and China. We are also playing an effective role in international and regional organizations, such as the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the Non-Aligned Movement. These are organizations in which we were founding members. This also holds true for the United Nations, whose charter we've signed upon its establishment. And we stand ready to play the part of the intersection between East and West. I would be remiss not to extend my sincere thanks to the United Nations, which has supported our democratic milestones in Iraq, including local and parliamentary elections, whose 7th iteration we are preparing to hold in the coming weeks. We pursue this to ensure the peaceful transition of power and the establishment of constitutional institutions. We have become a beacon of hope thanks to the great sacrifices our people has conceded with great resolve to ensure coexistence and respect for pluralism, contrary to the repressive regime that formerly ruled Iraq. And as the guarantor of the Constitution, I'm cooperating with the judiciary as the safety valve of the democratic system to hold free, fair, and transparent elections to ensure neutrality and equal opportunities to candidacy and parliamentary representation. In this regard, Iraq has responded positively to the UN80 initiative launched by the Secretary General to strengthen the efficiency and effectiveness of our organization. And Iraq stands ready to discuss the potential hosting of United Nations regional and international headquarters in Iraq, based on the cost efficiency plan established and in accordance with the United Nations right for usufruct or in exchange for symbolic rental payments. This reflects our commitment to international cooperation and to play our part in strengthening the United Nations. Iraq has triumphed over the threat of terrorism, and today we look forward to wiping out the last vestige of this barbaric terrorist attacks. We rely on the unity of our people and the establishment of development plans to heal the wounds of the past and pave the way for a promising future, which relies on the steadfast national will of our people and the international community's support. Terrorism is but one scourge, even if it takes on various slogans and manifestations. It therefore should be countered comprehensively without any distinction as to its forms. We reiterate the need for the international community to implement all relevant Security Council resolutions, namely Resolution 2178, 2396, 2462, and 2331. We underline the need to hold accountable those who support terrorism through funds, weapons, safe havens, or media outlets, and those who allow the transfer of terrorists. We pursue our efforts for the return of displaced persons to their homes following the liberation of our territories from the scourge of terrorism. This requires international support and concerted effort in various arenas to ensure the reconstruction of liberated areas, to provide housing to displaced persons and services to them. And the most important is to ensure, or to rather to reassure all components of our community, those who have suffered genocide, enslavement, and displacement, such as the Yazidis, the Christians, and many more, that this will no longer be repeated, and that perpetrators will be held to account through international cooperation and once justice is served, and this will protect our diversity in Iraq. so as to ensure that our citizens remain in our country on the land of their fathers and forefathers. We've kickstarted the dismantlement of camps inhabited by families of terrorist operatives to ensure their repatriation, their integration, and their rehabilitation. This requires international cooperation, since this file constitutes a threat to the security and stability of the region. Today in Iraq, we are pursuing sustainable socioeconomic development by strengthening investments in our capacities, and so as to pave the way for a reduction of reliance on oil and the promotion of the diversification of our economy through the strengthening of agriculture, the industry, and renewable energy. We have been providing important investment opportunities in water, electricity, and infrastructure, and we call upon the international community to strike fruitful partnerships with our country. We call upon the international community to support us in recovering stolen funds. These funds will promote development, will ensure the prevention of money laundering and the circulation of funds at the hands of outlawed groups. We've held the first census in many decades, and it has revealed a population of 46 million, with an annual growth of 1 million. This is both an opportunity and a challenge. The number of young men and women entering the labor force is increasing. At the same time, demand on services and job opportunities is also on the rise. Therefore, we are currently establishing plans that allow us to leverage the advantages of our demographic situation while addressing relevant challenges. Iraq is amongst the countries most vulnerable to climate change. Desertification is eating away at our green pastures. Water scarcity is now an existential threat. It is coupled with rising dust storms, and this is the current situation of the global environment. Iraq is seeking to tackle this challenge through the development of renewable energy, the improvement of water management, and the reduction of carbon emissions, as well as an increase in green spaces. We call upon the international community to support our efforts by providing technical and financial assistance. Iraq reiterates the importance of committing to the principle of common but differentiated responsibility in addressing climate change, namely the crisis of the reduction of water resources in transboundary rivers. This is a daunting challenge for Iraq. Our country has always sought cooperation and understanding with the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Republic of Turkey to ensure the sharing and management of the basins of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. We acknowledge the adverse impact of climate change and demographic growth on the availability of water. However, at the same time, we call upon the upstream states, Turkey and Iran, to ensure or to avoid harming Iraq, a country that is traversed by the two rivers from its north to its south. This is a lifeline for the stability of its people and for our economy. It is also the source of our great civilizations. Reduced water resources will bring about damage to our environment, to our human capital, and to our economy. It also adversely impacts the diversity of our culture and people, especially in the deltas of the rivers to the south of Iraq. We call upon international cooperation and comprehensive approaches underpinned by international law and humanitarian partnership, as well as a comprehensive view to what stability consists of in the region and the world, to reach permanent agreements between Iran, Turkey, Syria, and Iraq to ensure the management of water resources, to prevent damage to anyone, and to ensure a mutual sharing of the rivers of Tigris and the Euphrates. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Palestinian civilians are beset by killing, starvation, displacement, the destruction of infrastructure and state institutions. This is inhumane. It is a disgrace for humanity. Therefore, this must end. This must end. This is also a testament to the selectiveness in the promotion of human rights and justice amongst human beings. We reiterate our call for the international community to take urgent measures to ensure a just and comprehensive settlement to the Palestinian cause through the implementation of United Nations resolutions. This and the establishment of the independent state of Palestine is the only pathway to stability and security in the Middle East and the entire world. Decisive measures must be taken against the policy of settlement and annexation of land espoused by the occupying power against Palestinians to destroy their hope in a livable state. We welcome the wide-scale international recognition of the state of Palestine within the international community. We condemn attacks by the Zionist entity against countries of the region, namely Syria, Lebanon, and most recently, the brotherly state of Qatar. This is a wanton act of aggression that constitutes a blatant violation of international law and United Nations conventions. It also constitutes a flagrant violation of the sovereignty of the state of Qatar. We call for urgent and comprehensive international measures to put an end to these practices and prevent us from slipping back into aggression, such as that we've witnessed against the Islamic Republic of Iran. These attacks against civilian facilities and infrastructure, including in Yemen, must stop. We've witnessed the devastating impact of weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, we reiterate our call for the establishment of a zone free from such weapons in the Middle East. We recognize the right of all states to ensure the peaceful use of nuclear energy and for international monitoring to be extended to all nuclear facilities, including that of the Zionist entity, to strengthen security and stability in the region. On the Syrian file, we reiterate our commitment to the stability and territorial integrity of Syria. We reject any assault against its sovereignty. And we look forward to fruitful cooperation amongst our countries in all arenas, and we call for a strengthened partnership to counter terrorism and uproot terrorist organizations. We call upon the Syrian government to respect pluralism and peaceful coexistence amongst the components of the Syrian society, as well as respect for religious freedoms and places of worship for all Syrian components. Amid the current rising tensions in our region, we call for an international steadfast position in rejection of the targeting of nuclear facilities through military operations. This constitutes a dangerous and long-term threat against the peoples and countries of the region and the world. We firmly and unequivocally reject the illicit use of our airspace in military operations between warring parties in the region. This constitutes a violation of the sovereignty of our country. It is a threat to the security and lives of our citizens. We call upon all parties to respect Iraqi sovereignty. In its foreign relations, we have always adopted an approach underpinned by balance, openness, and dialogue amongst all countries of the region to settle conflicts and put an end to rising tensions. And we have left no stone unturned to forge peace in the region. Therefore, we welcome all diplomatic efforts to resume and ensure the success of the dialogue between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the international community to pave the way for an understanding that safeguards the right of Iran to a peaceful nuclear program in line with international commitments and conventions. Iraq underlines its full support to to the peace process in Turkey and the decision by the Kurdistan Workers' Party to lay down their arms. We look forward to a political and legal framework that can pave the way for a peaceful political process for all in Turkey, and this is the only means to achieve stability and security in the region. Based on our experience in Iraq, we consider that commitment to democracy and the promotion of human rights is a fundamental safeguard for stability in the region and the world. However, this commitment must encompass all systems and must avoid any double standards and selectiveness in addressing injustice and oppression. It is important to strengthen democracy against corruption that undermines the freedom of our citizens, putting pressure to bear upon them. This calls for further cooperation between states and governments to counter corruption, money laundering, drug trafficking, and various illicit financial and economic practices that jeopardize stability and security in the world. These sow division and strife and trigger civil wars. Following 2003 and in the past 2 decades, Iraq has been firmly committed to its principled position, namely good neighborliness with the brotherly state of Kuwait. We have strengthened our bilateral relations at the political and socio-economic levels. And with great determination and resolve, we've sought to address lingering issues with the state of Kuwait ensuing from the behavior of the former dictatorship. We have honored our international commitments vis-à-vis Kuwait, namely regarding reparations and borders, and we've made strides in tackling the file of missing persons and the archive. We look forward to forging positive and sustainable relations with neighboring countries. Those are to be underpinned by regional and economic integration and sustainable transportation projects. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Iraq's message is clear. We are not calling for sympathy, but rather partnership, a partnership to heal our land, to secure our rivers, to safeguard our security, to empower our youth, and to ensure the unity of our region instead of its division. The Middle East has witnessed enough war, tears, bloodshed, and grief. Many opportunities for peace and dignified life have been lost. It is high time to end this urgently and to forge a new path for peace, justice, and cooperation. Iraq is willing to walk that path and to support those who will join it. The peoples of the world, namely the Middle East, look to the United Nations as the last remaining pathway for peace. And they wonder, will it act or will it look the other way? Will we live in a world where international law, human rights, and justice prevail, or will we slip back into the law of the jungle, a disgrace to humanity, one that stokes the inferno of hatred, cruelty, and chaos? May the peace, blessings, and mercy of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Iraq. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency David Ranibok Adeyang, President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It's an honor to address this Assembly on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of Nauru, a small island nation committed to peace, prosperity, and a sustainable future for all. It is also a great privilege to speak as the first leader from the Pacific at this 80th session. As Nauru stands at a defining moment in its democratic journey, we are guided by this year's theme, that we are indeed better together. This conviction shapes my remarks today as I share Nauru's perspective on the urgent challenges before us and the collective action they demand. Madam President, we gather at a time when the world faces unprecedented challenges to peace and security. Nauru stands firmly against war and conflict, believing that dialogue and diplomacy must always prevail over division. The principles enshrined in the UN Charter, peace, human rights, and international cooperation remain our guiding light. Nauru may not have military might, but we have moral authority earned through our commitment to peaceful coexistence and multilateral solutions. And we call upon all nations to choose unity over discord, cooperation over conflict, and shared prosperity as the foundation for addressing our common challenges. Madam President, small island developing states face a fundamental challenge, breaking cycles of dependency that constrain our growth and threaten our economic sovereignty. Nauru's strategy is simple. We invest in our people. They are our greatest asset and the foundation of our future. Education, healthcare, and opportunity keep our community strong, our youth engaged, and our nation moving forward. This principle guides every partnership we form and every initiative we undertake. And we are deeply grateful to Australia, whose steadfast support goes beyond diplomacy and partnership. Australia's friendship has long been central to Nauru's journey. Ours is a relationship grounded in kinship, trust, and the ties of Pacific family. And as we say in Nauru, Ataminabini, which means we are family. We also value our productive relationship with the People's Republic of China and reaffirm our commitment to the One China principle. China's partnership has contributed meaningful opportunities for infrastructure, trade, and development that support Nauru's progress. And for Nauru, these diverse partnerships built on mutual respect and understanding are the foundation of our progress at home. Our economic resilience strategy is centered around the Nauru Trust Fund, which safeguards national wealth for future generations, the Economic and Climate Resilience Citizenship Program, the Command Reach Virtual Asset Authority, deep sea bed mineral resources, and our pursuit of Egmont Group membership. Through these initiatives, we are diversifying our economy, creating transparent revenue streams, and ensuring that today's progress benefits those yet to come. And as we look ahead, we must come together in the spirit of cooperation that defines this 80th session. Madam President, for small island nations like Nauru, our vulnerability goes far beyond income. It's the daily reality of disrupted supply chains, narrow economic choices, geographic isolation, and the outsized impacts of crises we cannot control. By conventional measures, Nauru's national income suggests we have surpassed certain thresholds. But the income alone fails to capture our fragility, the isolation, climate pressures, and economic shocks that shape our reality. We commend the United Nations for advancing the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. The MVI reflects what our experience shows, that vulnerability is about exposure to shocks and capacity to respond matter more than income alone. This week's first biennial summit provides an opportunity to strengthen collaboration between the United Nations and multilateral institutions. Such collaboration should establish the MVI as the benchmark for determining eligibility for development support, for concessional finance, and for technical assistance. We therefore urge the UN, in partnership with member states and development partners, to fast-track the MVI's implementation and ask all development partners to embrace this essential evolution, one that brings fairness and realism to global development policy. Nauru stands ready to work with all partners in realizing this vision. Let us not let a statistic determine who gets left behind. Madam President, the United Nations has recognized what is self-evident to Nauru. Climate change is not just an environmental crisis. It is a direct threat to our peace, our security, and the very survival of our nation. The International Court of Justice has issued an advisory opinion of profound moral and political significance, echoing the urgent warnings of our region. We are approaching COP30, and yet small island developing states still face unacceptable barriers to climate finance. Despite countless pledges, those least responsible continue to struggle most to access the resources urgently needed for adaptation and mitigation. Simply put, the time for debate has passed. Concrete climate action cannot be postponed any longer. That is why we have placed special hope in our own Higher Ground initiative to build climate-resilient communities on elevated land powered by renewable energy and sustainable water systems, and also in the Pacific Resilience Facility. The PRF, an innovative Pacific-led initiative, is designed to deliver much-needed financing directly to communities on the front lines of climate change in the Pacific. By pooling resources and investing in local adaptation, the PRF represents a new model for building lasting resilience across our Pacific region. Nauru calls on our partners to continue to stand with our Pacific family. We also welcome others who wish to join us and invite all friends of the Pacific to work alongside us in building a more resilient future for our region. Both the HGI and the PRF are not charity. They are sound investments in stability, security, and sustainability for communities on the front lines of climate change. Let us move beyond pledges and deliver real protection and hope for our people, the Pacific, and the generations to come. Madam President, the International Seabed Authority faces the complex challenge of balancing competing priorities while fulfilling its mandate. Nauru speaks directly today because the urgency of this issue requires clarity, not just diplomacy. Nauru has faced several criticisms for its decisions within the ISA. These criticisms, however, miss the point. The true focus should be on ensuring the ISA fulfills its mandate to the common heritage of mankind. The exercise of legitimate member state rights is essential to holding the authority accountable and prompting it to fulfill that mandate. As both a small island developing state and a sponsoring state for deep seabed mineral exploration, Nauru has invested significantly through our sponsored entity to access minerals essential to powering the world's transition away from fossil fuels and advancing the common heritage of mankind. We have consistently advocated for robust regulations that balance responsible mineral recovery with effective environmental protection. When Nauru invoked the 2-year rule, we did so in good faith, expecting the multilateral system to fulfill its treaty obligations in the same spirit. And yet, negotiations remain polarized, and the timely adoption of the regulations appears increasingly elusive. The choice before us is clear. Either we source these critical minerals responsibly through strong regulatory frameworks, or we continue to give in to delay. While we remain committed to advancing the multilateral framework, Nauru welcomes all nations' growing recognition of seabed minerals' importance. And this includes President Trump's recent decision through the 2025 executive order to advance seabed mineral exploration and development. Nauru is committed to working with the United States to maximize cooperation in this sector. For Nauru, seabed minerals represent more than economic diversification. They are a pathway to resilience and a chance to contribute to global solutions. The polymetallic nodules found in our sponsored areas are vital for renewable energy that support the green transition. Nauru urges the ISA to work with renewed purpose to fulfill its mandate without delay for the adoption of the draft exploitation regulations. Madam President, after 8 years of multilateralism, our greatest challenge is evolving existing frameworks to address the realities of today, with recognition, resources, and partnership. The UNAT initiative offers an opportunity to strengthen the UN's ability to respond effectively to the complex challenges faced by vulnerable countries like Nauru. We urge that ongoing reforms operationalize the special circumstances of SIDS as a guiding principle, embedding recognition of our unique vulnerabilities in institutional procedures, financing mechanisms, and decision-making processes. As we look to strengthen multilateral frameworks, we must also address practices that undermine them. Standing with vulnerable nations, Nauru calls on the international community to end unilateral economic measures that deepen vulnerabilities and limit development opportunities. We encourage dialogue on long-standing economic measures, including those affecting Cuba, to ensure they support rather than hinder the development aspirations that the UN Charter and this Assembly seeks to achieve. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, history will not judge us by our words, but by the future we build, by whether we choose unity over division, peace over conflict, and shared humanity over selfishness. The theme before us, Better Together, calls on us to protect the vulnerable, to build resilient economies, and to safeguard the planet for those who will follow. On behalf of the Republic of Nauru, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the United Nations and the vision of a just, peaceful, and sustainable world. For the sake of our children, for our planet and our common humanity, let us stand together, not as divided nations, but as one family determined to build a brighter tomorrow. May God bless the Republic of Nauru. May God bless the United Nations. Mate Bakar, thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ishiba Shiguro, Prime Minister of Japan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, for what purpose does the United Nations convene us here today? Is the United Nations currently fulfilling the role that is expected of it? 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to serve as the core of a new international order based on collective security. The First World War was the first total war in history. The League of Nations was established to prevent its recurrence. However, it failed to prevent the Second World War. In light of this failure, the United Nations was founded primarily by the victorious nations with the aim of protecting international peace and security. But now, 80 years later, we must ask whether the current United Nations is really fulfilling the role it was originally expected to play. Are its functions being carried out to the fullest extent? Madam President, peace and security are never a given. Peace and security can only be achieved through proactive efforts. The most important purpose of the United Nations, as stipulated in the UN Charter, is to maintain international peace and security, and the primary responsibility for this rests with the Security Council. The 5 countries that played a leading role in the establishment of the UN were given special rights, a permanent seat on the Council, and veto power, thereby granting them special responsibilities as well. The Charter also made provisions for the establishment of a UN force under the authority of the Security Council. Furthermore, after considering that there could be situations where the Security Council fails to function properly, the right of individual or collective self-defense of each country was recognized. However, in many critical cases, the Council was unable to take the necessary decisions due to the veto power granted to the permanent members. It goes without saying that the member states have drawn on their wisdom to develop a variety of innovative mechanisms. In 1950, the General Assembly passed the resolution Uniting for Peace, thereby empowering the General Assembly to take action. In the context of the Suez Uprising of 1956, the ceasefire was established after the parties involved, including the UK and France, who are permanent members of the Security Council, accepted the resolution at the emergency special session of the UN General Assembly. It also created peacekeeping operations. In the Gulf War, a Security Council resolution authorized the use of force by member states. Since 2022, a permanent member of the Council who exercised the veto is requested to speak at the General Assembly. Despite these efforts, the Security Council is still not functioning effectively. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is the most obvious example. A permanent member of the Security Council with a special responsibility for international peace and security has invaded its neighbor. This shakes the very foundation of the international order. Security Council resolutions are vetoed and not adopted, and General Assembly resolutions calling on Russia to withdraw immediately are adopted but not implemented. Russia continues its aggression against Ukraine, interpreting Article 51 of the UN Charter in a self-righteous way and labeling its aggression as a right of collective self-defense. This calls to mind the Prague Spring in 1968. Article 51 of the Charter must never be used arbitrarily. The veto was an unavoidable safety valve designed to prevent direct conflict between the major powers. However, the inherent limitations of the UN are clear. Madam President, looking back at the progress of the UN, it is clear that now is the time to be decisive in carrying out the reform of the Security Council. It is necessary to expand both permanent and non-permanent membership categories. Although the number of member states has increased fourfold, the number of permanent members has remained unchanged since its establishment. Simply increasing the number of Security Council members is not enough. However, I believe it is possible to make the Security Council more representative without reducing its effectiveness. When increasing the number of Security Council members, we must also consider the veto power held by the permanent members. As the G4, we propose freezing the veto power of new permanent members for 15 years, expanding the Security Council and addressing the challenges the UN faces with greater legitimacy would make it a better organization, or suffice it to say, it would be a better organization than it is now. In last year's Pact for the Future, we, the leaders of the United Nations member states, recognized the urgent need to reform the Security Council and declared to the world that we would intensify efforts for reform. So, how much progress have we made in the discussions over the past year? We have a responsibility to accelerate discussions and reach a conclusion on Security Council reform as soon as possible. Member states cannot afford to drag each other down over how to expand the membership of the Security Council. We must be acutely aware that innocent lives are being lost even at this very moment as I am delivering my speech. We must rebuild responsible global governance. We must decisively implement Security Council reform. Japan strongly urges the international community to take action. Madam President, there was a time when the end of the Cold War brought hope that peace would be realized worldwide. However, this hope was short-lived. Ethnic conflicts flared up, as exemplified during the dissolution of the former Yugoslavia. There were terrorist attacks in New York City. When the United Nations was founded in 1948, today's situation was unimaginable. A non-state actor possessing the same destructive power as a state, territory, ethnicity, religion, and economic disparities, these sources of conflict are not going to disappear. In fact, they are becoming increasingly acute in an international society that is becoming more and more multipolar. What role should the United Nations play in this challenging environment, Madam President? The situation surrounding Palestine has reached an extremely serious and alarming juncture that threatens to undermine the very foundation of a two-state solution which the international community has long sought and which Japan has consistently supported. The recent expansion of the Israeli ground operations in Gaza City will further aggravate the already dire humanitarian crisis in Gaza, including famine. Japan condemns these actions, which are entirely unacceptable in the strongest possible terms. We call for their immediate cessation. I feel strongly indignant by the statements made by senior Israeli government officials that appear to categorically reject the very notion of Palestinian state building. We must never overlook the unimaginable hardships the people of Gaza are facing. Japan has consistently supported the lives and dignity of the people of Gaza through humanitarian assistance, including the medical treatment of the wounded in Japan. We will continue to make every possible effort. There was indeed a time when Jews and Arabs lived together in peace for centuries. The terror inflicted by Hamas and the devastation in Gaza we are witnessing today have left many feeling deeply saddened. Since the Oslo Accords, the international community has made significant progress toward achieving coexistence of the two states, and these efforts must not be allowed to collapse. For our country, the question is not whether to recognize a Palestinian state, but when. The continued unilateral actions by the government of Israel can never be accepted. I must state clearly that if further actions are taken that obstruct the realization of a two-state solution, Japan will be compelled to take new measures in response. What matters the most is that Palestine can exist in a sustainable manner, living side by side in peace with Israel. Japan will continue to play a realistic and proactive role in moving even a single step closer toward the goal of a two-state solution. As we invite Palestine to assume its role as a responsible member of the international community, the Palestinian side must establish a system of governance that ensures accountability. As affirmed in the General Assembly resolution of 12 September, we call on Hamas to release the hostages immediately and hand over its weapons to the Palestinian Authority. We are fully aware of the domestic and international calls on Japan. Now, Japan will strongly support Palestinian state building, that is, the establishment of economic independence and effective governance. Japanese assistance established the Jericho Agro-Industrial Park in the West Bank, and currently 17 Palestinian companies employ more than 300 local people and export value-added products such as supplements, food, and medical products made from processed olives. A state cannot function without highly competent public servants who have a strong sense of duty. To date, Japan has provided training to more than 7,000 Palestinians with the aim of strengthening the capability of public officials over the last 27 years. We will continue to actively support the development of human resources in Palestine to shun any corruption. In promoting these efforts, we will collaborate with our colleagues in Southeast Asia, including Muslim countries such as Indonesia and Malaysia. Japan launched a framework for this 12 years ago in 2013 and has continued to lead ever since. Japan strongly supports the initiative to promote lasting peace and stability across the entire Middle East region by expanding the Abraham Accords. These accords bear the name of the common spiritual ancestor of Jews, Christians, and Muslims. While it is extremely disappointing that progress towards the implementation of the agreement has stalled over the past 2 years, we strongly believe that their value will never be diminished. Madam President, a permanent member of the Security Council is openly making nuclear threats. I am deeply concerned that the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons may be lowered, which would introduce new uncertainties to the effectiveness of nuclear deterrence. We must address the issue of nuclear weapons head-on, squarely. Japan is fully aware of domestic and international calls on us to join the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons as the only country to have suffered atomic bombings. I am fully aware of this. However, we must maintain a world without nuclear war and also realize a world without nuclear weapons. To this end, the NPT, which brings together both the nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states, is the most effective and realistic framework. Japan calls on the international community to embrace the spirit of dialogue and cooperation so that next year's NPT review conference will be a success and so that the world will move one step closer to achieving a world without nuclear weapons. For Japan, which has been placed in an extremely severe security environment concerning nuclear weapons, extended deterrence provided by the United States, including nuclear deterrence, remains necessary to protect the lives and properties of our citizens. We cannot take a position that rejects deterrence theory. This is the reality of implementing a responsible security policy. Yet, the nuclear catastrophe our nation has experienced must never be repeated in this world. While it is a historical fact that the Hiroshima was the first place to suffer from atomic bombings, this will never change. But whether Nagasaki will remain the last place to suffer from atomic bombings depends on the continuous efforts and wisdom of mankind.
Many people around the world are likely to associate atomic bombings with the image of the mushroom cloud in the photo taken from the air right after the bombings. But what actually happened beneath that mushroom cloud in Hiroshima and Nagasaki 80 years ago? On August 6th, I attended the Peace Memorial Ceremony in Hiroshima, where I introduced a tanka, or short Japanese poem. These big bones must be the teachers. Around them, gathering in a circle, little skulls are found. These big bones must be the teachers. Around them, gathering in a circle, little skulls are found. This is a poem written by the poet Ms. Shinoe Shoda which is inscribed on the monument of the A-bombed teachers and students of national elementary schools located near the epicenter of the atomic bombing. In the midst of the blazing fire, the students relied desperately on their teachers. The teacher was not able to protect those students. This poem evokes their grief. The lives and the futures of many civilians were lost in an instant. Even those who survived have suffered for a long time from the health hazard of radiation. This suffering continues to this day, 80 years later. I strongly hope that world leaders, as well as young people who will shape the future, will visit Hiroshima and Nagasaki to understand the realities of the atomic bombings. Madam President, it is North Korea that is now challenging these efforts towards a world without nuclear weapons head-on. Its nuclear and missile development poses a grave threat to international peace and security. We strongly urge the full implementation of the numerous Security Council resolutions aimed at achieving the complete denuclearization of North Korea. Additionally, there is the issue of Japanese citizens having been abducted by North Korea. With the aging of the abductees and their families, the abduction issue is a humanitarian and time-sensitive issue with no time to spare. Japan seeks to normalize its relationship with North Korea in accordance with the Japan DPRK Pyongyang Declaration through comprehensively resolving outstanding issues of concern, such as the abductions, nuclear and missile issues, as well as settlement of the unfortunate past. This policy remains unchanged. Japan will continue to call for dialogue with North Korea. We strongly ask for the continued understanding and cooperation of the international community. Madam President, the role of the United Nations extends beyond the notion of security in the narrow sense. Actions taken by the United Nations in the economic and social spheres are also vital in achieving international peace and security. Japan has continued to place importance on the concept of human security, which focuses on the individual and calls to protect human dignity. Japan does not seek specific economic interests or military footholds through its aid. We simply hope to laugh together, cry together, and work side by side with all the nations of the world. This is the core principle of Japan's international cooperation. With this determination, I hosted the 9th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD, in Yokohama last month. Since its inception in 1993, Japan has remained steadfast in its commitment to supporting Africa's ownership in addressing its challenges. At this year's conference, we successfully launched our joint initiative to co-create innovative solutions to the challenges Africa is facing, leveraging Japan's technology and expertise. We also launched the Economic Region Initiative of Indian Ocean Africa with a view to stimulate trade and investment between Africa and the Indian Ocean region, as well as to promote Africa's regional integration. In promoting this initiative, we will also cooperate closely with India. Japan will continue to make every effort to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific, FOIP. Madam President, no country can forge the path to a bright future unless it squarely faces history. We must never again repeat the devastation of war. On the anniversary of the war's end this August, I renewed my vow to engrave that in my heart. Many of the generation that experienced the Second World War in human history that divided the international community are no longer playing central role in many countries. The international community is once again heading toward division and confrontation, such as in Ukraine and the Middle East, where many lives are lost every day, and in East Asia, where Japan is located. The security of these regions is closely interrelated. The free and open international order based on the rule of law that we have strived for is facing unprecedented challenges. I'd like to make a strong plea. In the face of these challenges, it is crucial that we continue to nurture and protect our healthy and robust democracy. I'm not taking the position that the spread of democracy alone will bring peace to the world. We reject totalitarianism, irresponsible populism, and narrow-minded nationalism. We do not tolerate discrimination or exclusion. I believe that a healthy and robust democracy plays a vital role in maintaining and strengthening a free and open international order and in promoting international peace and security. That is founded on the courage and integrity to squarely face the past, and on fostering a sense of human rights, healthy discourse, including mission-driven journalism, and classical liberalism that values the tolerance of listening humbly to the arguments of others. Madam President, 70 years have passed since the Bandung Conference, which brought Asian and African nations together for the first time to advocate for world peace and cooperation. This was also the first large-scale international conference that Japan participated in since the war ended. The people of Asia showed a spirit of tolerance in accepting Japan after the war. They must have had unfathomable emotional struggles in doing so. Still, supported by this spirit of tolerance, and under the pledge never to wage a war again, Japan has been striving to realize everlasting world peace. Through my discussions with the leaders of the Republic of Korea, China, and Southeast Asian countries, I am once again convinced of the need to further promote future-oriented relations and have shared this conviction with the leaders of these countries. Over the past year, I have visited various countries in Asia and Latin America and met with numerous heads of state and government in Japan. This brings my total of such occasions to 90 countries and 4 international organizations. During these meetings, I often felt that countries around the world consider Japan an essential part of the international community. I hope that Japan will continue to be sought after by the rest of the world. That is my earnest wish. Please join us in calling for reform of the Security Council as soon as possible. A world without nuclear war and a world without nuclear weapons. A world that can overcome global challenges together. And solidarity and tolerance, not division and confrontation. Japan will continue to move forward alongside the international community. We will never waver, and we will continue to lead the way. It is with this determination that I'd like to conclude my statement. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Japan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aziz Ashkanous, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election to the presidency of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. I wish her, on my behalf and on behalf of the delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco, all success in her endeavor. Allow me also to seize this opportunity to reaffirm our full support to the relentless efforts made by the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres. His leadership remains vital in fighting global challenges. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, this session is held as the world is facing a number of challenges that require to adopt a pragmatic approach. Globalism has brought people together. However, it is facing unprecedented challenges today due to economic and climate problems, as well as technological developments and other challenges that are growing very fast and that pose main questions about governance and responsibility. This is an era of reshuffling priorities and international dynamics. For this reason, geopolitical changes need to be assessed the right way if we really want to address challenges. This is something said by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him, when he stressed that the world today is going through a main transition from a global system that has achieved its goals, but showed it is limited in achieving the aspirations of people, to a new model that we all have to work together to build. Madam President, the United Nations, despite its historic successes, is finding itself today facing the need to adapt with these changes. Does that mean that the United Nations is at stake today as the world continues to change? The answer is definitely no. But our organization is called upon, now more than ever, to review its priorities, because our main task remains the same. However, the tools and our working methods require reviewing to be in line with the size of current challenges and their complexities. The Kingdom of Morocco has always called for multilateralism that is committed to equality and sovereign equality among states and respect of their territorial integrity and unity. Madam President of the General Assembly, in line with our firm commitment as expressed by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him, the chair of the OIC's Al-Quds Committee, we continue to follow the deteriorating situation in the Palestinian territories. The Kingdom of Morocco calls today for further mobilization in the international community to save the region from the cycle of violence. Our action today needs to be based on 4 priorities. 1, an immediate ceasefire and a return to the negotiations table in order to put a final end to the war. 2, ensuring the entry of humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank without any conditions and restrictions. 3, promote the vital role of the UNRWA. And 4, implement a clear and comprehensive roadmap for reconstruction, the roadmap that was adopted by the Arab Summit under the leadership of the Palestinian Authority and under the sponsorship of the Arab and international worlds. Based on the instructions of of His Majesty the King, we continue to believe that the two-state solution is the only way to achieve sustainable and comprehensive peace in the Middle East. This is the solution that can no longer be delayed or marginalized. It needs to be a moral commitment and a political immediate request. In this regard, we reaffirm the need for political prospects by adopting a defined time frame to ensure the legitimate right of the Palestinian people to establish a Palestinian state that is independent on the lines of June 1967 with Al-Quds, with East Jerusalem as its capital, with Gaza as an integral part thereof. The economic aspect needs to be a part of the peace process because there can be no peace without economic development. We need to also promote support to the Palestinian authorities so that it can strengthen its institutions to serve its people and achieve their aspirations. And finally, adopt regional security mechanisms that are sustainable based on international law and mutual respect. We also stress our full commitment to defending the holy sites in Palestine, especially Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is very special to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him, as the chairman of Al-Quds Committee. This is reflected in our diplomatic work and our executive branch, which is currently implementing vital projects to save the legal aspect of Al-Quds and to support the legitimate aspirations and rights of the Palestinian people. We also stand in solidarity with the state of Qatar, Syria, and Lebanon in the face of the attacks they have been under by Israel. In the same vein, we call for the adoption of peaceful solutions to disputes in the sisterly Arab states, including in Libya, Yemen, the Sudan, and Somalia, through dialogue and consensus. These solutions need to be based on the respect of their national sovereignty, their territorial unity, away from any foreign interventions. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in a world of uncertainty and tensions,
Dialogue and cooperation have become very important. They are the pillars for achieving sustainable peace. Morocco, based on the great ambitious vision of His Majesty the King, we believe that genuine partnership and collective development is essential in our work internationally. Africa, specifically, finds itself today at a crossroads. Africa, for a long time, was the prisoner of a stereotype. It is today a space for innovation. It launched a number of initiatives to accelerate African integration in the global system. Based on the vision of His Majesty the King, the Kingdom of Morocco focused on Africa as a priority in its diplomacy, and it used it as an environment for belonging, cooperation, and partnership. His Majesty the King has stressed this by saying that Africa needs to transform its challenges into opportunities. It needs to value its strengths to build its future with ambition. Africa is at the center of initiatives led by His Majesty the King. He focused on Africa in his strategic vision, which seeks to unify Africa to ensure its well-being and its progress, while being open to international partnerships that are balanced. This should be reflected in the Rabat track for Africa at the Atlantic. This is a cultural project based on new geopolitical integration that would allow these states to recover their role at the Atlantic and to become a center of stability and security in which cultural and humanitarian cooperation turn into opportunities for socioeconomic development. The the gas pipeline project is one of the main projects that reflects this vision. It provided or it enjoyed international support. This great project is a response, a tangible response for climate, economic and social challenges. It also shows the innovation of Africa and its economic development. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we are faced with a geopolitical reality that is closely linked to climate change, which is affecting the way we live. It's affecting our economy. It is reshaping the international system and threatening international peace and security. As His Majesty the King has said, climate change is one of the major challenges facing the world today. It poses a genuine threat not only to the environment but also to socioeconomic development, but also on security and stability in the world. At the center of the challenge is the new strategy. It is a main source for facing drought and climate change. Morocco is facing structural drought and is continuing, based on our King's instructions, to adopt new strategies, including by desalinating water and promoting irrigation systems. In the same vein, we have taken great steps to promote renewable energy and fight climate change. This stresses, or Morocco stresses, the need for collective work to address these environmental challenges. No matter how great, no state alone has enough resources and capabilities to solve this problem alone. This is why we need to work globally today to achieve our collective and effective goals. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in a few years, artificial intelligence has imposed itself as a new way to reshape our economies and our way of life. We are aware of the great opportunities it provides. However, we also recognize the great challenges it poses. Artificial intelligence should not become an alternative. It should not lead to marginalization. It should rather promote collective development. The tangible implementation of artificial intelligence is imposed today in a number of sectors, such as health, education, agriculture, and others. This is why we are betting on it today. Turning a blind eye to artificial intelligence and not taking advantage of it means wasting economic opportunities. We need to adopt artificial intelligence to reshape the labor market and adapt with the growing and fast challenges imposed by the need to use AI morally, responsibly. This is what the Kingdom of Morocco is working on right now through its Digital Strategy 2030. Madam President, the Kingdom of Morocco believes that sports leads to peace. It is a pillar for development. In this vein, we will be hosting we are preparing to host World Cup 2030 with Portugal and Spain. This is a real tool for cultural diplomacy and international openness. And this affects our social, economic, and human development. By organizing the World Cup, the Kingdom of Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty the King, reaffirms its ability to take on great projects globally and mobilize its infrastructure and capabilities to show the real beautiful face of Africa at the international community. Madam President, the Kingdom of Morocco stresses its full support to the Secretary General of the United Nations and his special envoy, a special representative, to find a final solution to the regional dispute on the Sahara. The autonomy initiative is the only solution that is realistic. It is enjoying now growing support at the international level as part of the dynamic launched by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him. Based on this belief, His Majesty has stressed in his latest speech that the kingdom seeks to find a consensual solution that is a win-win for everyone to save face of all parties. The world is witness that the Moroccan Sahara issue is now at a historic crossroads. The positions of a majority of member states in this organization now pave the way towards a clear path that says it is high time to turn the page on this conflict in full respect of the sovereignty of Morocco and its territorial integrity. This is the international consensus around the autonomy initiative, and this consensus is growing because 2/3 of the member states of the United Nations consider this initiative as the sole pragmatic and credible basis to settle this dispute. On the ground, everything is clear. The Sahara has become a land full of opportunities because of the development model of the states that was launched by Morocco. And this is why this region has become a strategic platform that serves peace, stability, and collective development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 8 decades after its establishment, our organization's goals remain essential today more than ever. However, the changes in our world today require us to overcome the concept of crisis management towards building sustainable solutions. No matter the nature or size of the challenges, our collective responsibility is to work in solidarity to turn them into opportunities and to find comprehensive and just solutions. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you very much, Excellency, Madam President.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you.
Oh, thank you for putting up with this. Please come back.
I will. Thank you. I think we attend the same church.
Yeah.
Christ Church in Rye.
Yes.
Yes.
peraí, só um pouquinho.
Yeah, how you been?
মানে ইয়াতে স্যার ও আমাদের লোক আছে স্যার আপনি আপনি তো মেজাইনে যাবেন তাই না স্যার হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আপনি তো লবিতে দেন
Yeah, but you have your spot. A gente vai
All cameras up on the right, all video.
كمان واقف فوقي بس لسه الوصول متى؟ 8 ل 5 والله يا ايمن الصفد يا ايمن الصفد.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Copy. Excuse me, please. Copy.
Presidenta Boluarte, Presidenta Boluarte, Presidenta.
A los aliados habla 2 minutos, por favor.
Excuse me, please. I need to pan around.
هاي روحي كيفك شو اخبارك؟ هل استوعبت روحي الانشغال على الفويس؟ لا اموري تمام واكلت امبارح بس اليوم لسه ما اكلت والساعة عندي الان 8 صباحا ساعتين بالإيمان من 6 الصبح وانا بالإيمان.
I'm going to be walking here, so please don't put that there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
está chegando. Mas olha, que trem. Sai lá.
Al fondo, Chepo. Al fondo. Llega al fondo.
Sorry, Wayne. Your mic's right in the camera.
Avisa. Avisa, avisa. Una más avisa.
Ari. Presidente, aquí, Panamá. Panamá, Panamá, arriba, arriba. Para que estamos chiquitos.
Try to give you guys a chance.
Audio.
No, go ahead.
Portugal traz a esta... São 80 anos de existência
São
das
80
Nações
anos
Unidas.
e nós queremos mais 80 anos.
Mas, Sr. Presidente, sabia que é inédito? 80 anos e a África é o único continente que não está representado
Mas
no
sabe o que é que
Conselho de
Portugal
Segurança.
pensa? Nós achamos que tem de haver uma reforma do Conselho de Segurança com presença permanente africana, com presença dos sítios, com países como o Brasil e a Índia presentes. Isto é, uma transformação profunda do Conselho de Segurança para corresponder ao mundo de hoje. O Conselho de Segurança corresponde ao mundo de 45.
Certamente.
Já lá vai muito tempo.
Então apoia a entrada.
Claro, mas apoiamos há anos.
Obrigada,
sempre.
presidente.
Beijinho.
O discurso do presidente Lula junto ao presidente Trump, o senhor acha que os dois deveriam encontrar aqui e conversar?
Aqui todo mundo se encontra com todo mundo. Ainda ontem encontrei o presidente Lula porque eu falei assim a ele. E, portanto, cruzamos-nos.
John, be careful. You can't do all. Okay, you are doing. Be careful with your hands. If you don't speak, do it.
بنص Ethiopia. Yes, sir. Ethiopia. No,
oh, Mr. President, good morning. How are you? Could you speak at the end? I know, but maybe later. Thank you, sir.
That was good.
Poland. Yeah, the new one. Karol Nawrocki. Buenos días, presidente.
Be careful the camera.
Yeah, UNTV. We don't want it.
good. Thank you. coming, keep passing back and forth.
This is Pamela. We are always communicating.
Yes.
I'm always sending for the credentials, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. You just, Pamela. Yeah.
Nations. We're here. I'm here. The President will be here. The Secretary Rubio will be here. They're transparent. They've been very clear. The President obviously loves New York. We recognize the importance of the UN, the importance of the world working together, but it must be functional, efficient. It must reach the people who really needs it. It must be rapid. As the Secretary of State has said, Marco Rubio, we must operate at the speed of relevancy. So it's because we care is why you're going to hear messages about reform and restoration, things that will take us into the future.
Do you think the President will address the peace in DRC?
I'm not going to get ahead of the President. He will address everything of importance to us. It's clear. He's made a difference in the world. He'll continue to. It's going to be a very exciting day. The door is open to the future. Great.
Right, okay.
Pode sem ter acreditado para gravar.
Lay it on the, yeah, lay it on the ground, on the ground, on the ground. Thank you. Yeah, he disappeared before. Big motorcade's coming. I don't know who it is.
Oh, really?
What can we expect from Rwanda this
This is next about the 80 years of existence of the UN. With, if you remember that the UN was created as a Holocaust, a genocide. But there are factors that come with during the last 8 years, genocide was in Rwanda. So we are a bit concerned actually with the resurgence of genocide in our country, especially in Syria. So we will talk about the positive things, like change, the digital transformation, the multilateralism that is important to all of us, but also talk about how the UN will not commit the same mistakes that it has committed in the past by raising the alarm for the situation in our region. That is important because now you know that when the UN Charter was adopted, only 4 African countries independently decided on the Charter. And now, a third of the items on the agenda of Security Council is about African issues. Yet we don't have any single permanent mandate. So what we believe is that we need to have at least 2 African states as permanent member with all rights and privileges, including the electoral right. So we believe in that.
What about the ceasefire?
We signed an important now meetings are taking place in Washington of all types that are provided for by the one provider process. But on the ground, we are concerned about the violation of the system, including the targeting of communities, Banyamulenge communities, which are being targeted as we speak with hate speech with the military attacks. So we hope that the US and Qatar and the authorities will help in putting back the agreement right now. Thank you very much.
Mr. President,
Mr. President,
of 31st July 1997. Please take your seat. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. Please, could you take your seats?
Let me begin with two words we have not been able to say often enough in this hall. Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in a world scorched by war, leaders made a choice: cooperation over chaos, law over lawlessness, peace over conflict. And that choice gave birth to the United Nations, not as a dream for perfection, but as a practical strategy for the survival of humanity. Many of our founders had seen firsthand the hell of the death camps and the terror of war. They knew that true leadership meant creating a system to prevent a replay of those horrors, a firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III, a forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation, and a concrete affirmation of an essential human truth: we are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades, world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis, a lighthouse for human rights, and a center that transforms your decisions, the decisions of member states, into action. 80 years on, we confront again the question our founders faced, only more urgent, more intertwined, more unforgiving. What kind of world do we choose to build together? Excellencies, we have our work cut out for us, as our ability to carry out that work is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truth silence, rising smoke from bombed-out cities, rising anger in fractured societies, rising seas swallowing coastlines. Each one a warning, each one a question: what kind of world will we choose? A world of raw power or a world of laws? A world that is a scramble for self-interest or a world where nations come together? A world where might makes right or a world of rights for all? Excellencies, our world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions, can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar, but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not naivete. It is hard-headed pragmatism. In a world where there's leap borders, isolation is an illusion. No country can stop a pandemic alone. No army can halt rising temperatures. No algorithm can rebuild trust once it is broken. These are global stress tests of our system, our solidarity, and our resolve. I'm convinced we can pass these tests, and we must. Because people everywhere are demanding something better, and we owe them a system worthy of their trust and a future worthy of their dreams. And so we must make the choice, an active choice, to reaffirm the imperative of international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism, to reinforce justice and human rights, and to recommit to the principles that gave rise to our organization, and to the promise contained in its first words, we, the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity is the mother of chaos, and it has spawned some of the most atrocious conflicts of our times. In Sudan, civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Since then, a famine has been declared and the killing has intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately. Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza. We know what is needed. Permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence, and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand, and the agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia brokered by the United States. But far too many crises continue unchecked. Impunity prevails, lawlessness is a contagion, it invites mayhem, accelerates terror, and risks a nuclear free-for-all. When accountability shrinks, graveyards grow. When UN staff and facilities are attacked, violating legal obligations, so too is the core of our ability to serve and deliver. The Security Council must live up to its responsibilities. It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective. Beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict: exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all.
Excellencies, this leads me to my second point. We must choose human dignity and human rights. Human rights are not an ornament of peace, they're its bedrock. Human rights, economic, social, cultural, political, and civil, are universal, indivisible, and interdependent. Choosing rights means more than words. It means choosing justice over silence. It means protecting freedom and civic space, advancing equality for women and girls, confronting racism and discrimination in all its forms, protecting human rights defenders, journalists, and freedom of speech, and upholding the rights of refugees and migrants so that mobility is safe and in accordance with international law. Human rights are a daily battle, online and offline. They require political will. But dignity is not only about the protection of rights. It is about rights fulfilled through inclusive and resilient development. Rights that put an end to poverty and hunger. Rights that open doors to education, health, and opportunity. The Sustainable Development Goals are our shared roadmap for achieving these rights. But in order to make progress down this road, we need fuel. And that fuel is finance. We've seen what development done right can deliver. In the past decade, millions more have gained access to electricity, clean cooking solutions, and to the internet. Child marriage is in retreat. Women's representation is growing, but cuts to aid are wreaking havoc. They are a death sentence for many. For so many more, a stolen future. This is the great paradox of our time. We have the solutions, but we are siphoning off the fuel that would make it possible to make progress. To choose dignity, we must choose financial justice and solidarity. We need to reform the international financial architecture so that it drives development for all. With bigger and bolder multilateral development banks, lending more, and mobilizing more private capital for developing countries, with faster and fairer debt relief mechanisms, helping every country in crisis, including middle-income countries. Protecting natural resources by tackling illicit financial flows and abusive tax practices that rob societies of their future. And global financial institutions that represent today's world, with far greater participation of developing countries in terms of their composition and their decision-making. So let us choose a global economy that works for everyone, men and women. Let us choose human rights and dignity. And let us equip ourselves with the means to ensure a transition for people and the planet. Excellencies, this brings me to the third choice. We must choose climate justice. The climate crisis is accelerating, but so are the solutions. The clean energy future is no longer a distant promise. It's already here. No government, industry, or special interest can stop it. But some are trying, hurting economies, locking in higher prices, and squandering a historic opportunity.
Fossil fuels are a losing bet. Last year, almost all new power capacity came from renewables, and the investment is surging. Renewables are the cheapest and fastest source of new power. They create jobs, drive growth, shield economies from volatile oil and gas markets, connect the unconnected, and can free us from the tyranny of fossil fuels. But not at today's pace. Clean energy investment remains uneven. 21st century grids and storage are not rolling out fast enough. And public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common but differentiated responsibilities. But all countries must step up and do more as we head to the UN Climate Conference in Brazil. By accelerating action in energy, forests, methane, and industrial decarbonization. By defining a credible roadmap to mobilize $1.3 trillion annually in climate finance by 2035 for developing countries. By supporting just transitions, by doubling finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion this year, and rapidly deploying proven tools to unlock billions more in concessional finance. And by capitalizing the Loss and Damage Fund with significant contributions. All of these requires government, international financial institutions, philanthropies, civil society, and the private sector to work together, to provide fiscal space to developing countries and unlock new innovative sources of finance at scale, including solidarity levies on high-emitting sectors and debt swaps. We have the solutions and tools, but we must choose climate justice and climate action. Fourth, we must choose to put technology at the service of humanity. Artificial intelligence is rewriting human existence in real time, transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and what we can trust. And the question is not how to stop it, but how to steer it for the greater good. Technology must be our servant, not our master. It must promote human rights, human dignity, and human agency. Yet today, AI's advancement in outpacing regulation and responsibility and is concentrated in a few hands. And the risks are expanding to new frontiers, from biotech to autonomous weapons. We are witnessing the rise of tools for mass surveillance, mass social control, mass disruption, and even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems, and intensify the race for critical minerals, potentially stoking instability and conflict. Yet, these technologies remain largely ungoverned. We need universal guardrails and common standards across platforms. No company should be above the law. No machines should decide who lives or dies. No system should be deployed without transparency, safety, and accountability. Last month, this Assembly took a historic step, establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and an annual global dialogue on AI governance. Two new pillars of a shared architecture, connecting science with policy to bring clarity and foresight, enabling innovation to flourish while advancing our values and our rights, and ensuring governments, companies, and civil society can help shape common norms. We must build on these mechanisms and close the capacity gap. All countries must be able to design and develop AI, not just to consume it. I have proposed voluntary financing options to build AI computing power, data, and skills in developing nations. No country should be locked out of the digital future or locked into systems it cannot shape or trust. And governments must lead with vision, and companies must act with responsibility. And we, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose wisely. Fifth and finally, to meet all these goals, we must choose to strengthen the United Nations for the 21st century. The forces shaking our world are also testing the foundations of the United Nations system. We are being hit by rising geopolitical tensions and divisions, chronic uncertainty, and mounting financial strain. But those who depend on the United Nations must not be made to bear the cost, especially now, when for every dollar invested to support our core work to build peace, the world spends $750 on weapons of war. This is not only unsustainable, it is indefensible. In this moment of crisis, the United Nations has never been more essential. The world needs our unique legitimacy, our convening power, our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UN80 initiative. We are moving swiftly and decisively. I put forward concrete proposals, a revised budget for 2026 that strengthens accountability, improves delivery, and cuts costs. Practical reforms to implement mandates more effectively and efficiently with greater impact. And ideas to spark a paradigm shift in the structure of the UN and how its parts work together. Most of these decisions rest with you, the Member States, and we will move forward in full respect of the established procedures. Together, let us choose to invest in a United Nations that adapts, innovates, and is empowered to deliver for people everywhere. Excellencies, my overriding message comes down to this. Now is the time to choose. It's not enough to know what the right choices are. I urge you to make them. I grew up in a world where choices were few. I was raised in the darkness of dictatorship, where fear silenced voices and hope was nearly crushed. Yet, even the bleakest hours, especially then, I discovered a truth that has never left me. Power does not reside in the hands of those who dominate or divide. Real power resides from people, from our shared resolve to uphold dignity, to defend equality, to believe fiercely in our common humanity and the potential of every human being. I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter the obstacle, no matter the hour. We must and we will overcome. Because in a world of many choices, there is one choice we must never make, the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity, for the world we know is possible when we work as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. "80 years. Longer than the average human life. This anniversary of the United Nations should have been a moment of celebration. But this is not an ordinary year. Just look at the state of our world, as the Secretary General described. Thousands of orphans in Gaza are wandering around the rubble, eating sand, drinking contaminated water. 90-year-old women in Ukraine are hiding from drones, trapped in their homes instead of living their final years in peace. Children in Haiti, too afraid to walk to school, afraid they might be gunned down by gangs like their friends. And for every conflict and tragedy that seizes the headlines, there are so many more that are forgotten, lost to the news cycle. Like women in Democratic Republic of the Congo, shielding their daughters from armed groups, fearful they might be raped. And Rohingya children, spending their whole childhood in tattered tents, unable to remember what their home looks like. Faced with these realities, now is not the time to celebrate, but to ask ourselves, where is the United Nations? Distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people out there in the world watching us. Clearly, we have to do better. But what we should not let cynics allow to weaponize these failures, to argue that our institution is a waste of money, outdated, irrelevant. When the principles of the Charter are ignored, Is it the UN that has failed? When tanks rolled into Ukraine, was it because Article 2 of the Charter is not clear enough about sovereignty and territorial integrity? When civilians, children, are killed in Gaza, is it humanitarian law at fault for failing to protect them? It's not the Charter which fails. It's not the UN as an institution which fails. The Charter, our Charter, is only as strong as member states' willingness to uphold it, and their willingness to hold to account those who violate it. Excellencies, yes, our world is in pain. Yes, we have failures. But imagine how much worse would it be without the United Nations? Would a single person be better off without it? Without UNICEF, 26 million children would not have received an education. Without the World Food Programme, nearly 125 million people would have lacked life-saving food assistance. Without the World Health Organization, over 1 billion vaccines would not have been supplied. Sometimes we could have done more, but we cannot let this dishearten us. If we stop doing the right thing, evil would prevail. This 80th session is not about big celebrations. It's about finding the resolve not to give up, the resolve to be better together, just as our predecessors did 8 decades ago. This institution was born in a world on fire and desperate for reprieve. 750 million, nearly a third of humanity back then, still under colonial rule. 2 world wars in a generation, 70 million dead. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed to our collective shame. This was a generation that knew almost nothing but suffering and despair. The signing of the Charter in 1945 gave hope to millions, gave us a North Star that guided our path from the ashes of war, helped guide nations from colonial rule into independent states, helped end apartheid. Across the decades, the United Nations has been a compass pointing toward peace, humanity, and justice. We have not always succeeded, but the story of this institution is not a story of easy victories. It's a story of falling and rising, of pulling ourselves and each other back up and trying harder. We gather here for the 80th time, not for empty celebration, not out of ritual, not to hear our own voices. We gather to prove that this institution matters, and that through this institution, every nation represented here, no matter how big or small, can summon again the strength and unity first shown in San Francisco 80 years ago. The courage and resolve of world leaders, who even while some called them back then naive, believed they could build a better world from the wreckage of the old. They showed then what true leadership is. It's not about imposing your will or putting others down. True leadership is about lifting others up, not out of altruism, but for our mutual benefit, and even out of our self-interest. Because as our founders and every architect of peace since then has understood, helping others is what makes ultimately our own countries stronger. Could any state have faced the global pandemic alone? The virus did not have any passport. We were only able to solve it at the end with the support of the World Health Organization. The climate crisis does not stop at borders. CO2 emissions anywhere affect people everywhere. Even the wealthiest cities in the world cannot shield themselves from wildfires. And imagine coming here by plane. How safe would you feel to step into the next airplane if there were no International Civil Aviation Organization anymore, which is responsible for setting safety regulations for 5 billion passengers each year? How comfortable would you be with your children using the internet while AI is uncontrolled and unchecked? As the lines between what is real and fake start to blur. In this globalized, digitalized world, we work together or we suffer alone. Excellencies, the theme of this milestone session and the high-level week is therefore better together. 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Will living up to that be easy? No. But this hall was not built for easy times. It was built to come together to confront the hardest topics. This session is a session where the high-level week is about resolving differences. We showed some of it yesterday already. But even the house of dialogue and diplomacy needs a renovation. That is why the UNGA initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member States have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all 3 pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and a tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there, today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because, after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind Member States that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of Member States that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the photo library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock, Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, dear heads of state and government, and representatives of the member states gathered here. This should be a time to celebrate the United Nations. Created at the end of the war, the UN symbolizes the highest expression of the aspiration for peace and prosperity. Today, however, the ideals that inspired its founders in San Francisco are under threat as never before in their history. Multilateralism is at a new crossroads. The organization's authority is in check. We are witnessing the consolidation of an international order marked by repeated concessions to power play. Attacks on sovereignty, arbitrary sanctions, and unilateral interventions are becoming the rule. There is a clear parallel between the multilateralism crisis and the weakening of democracy. Authoritarianism is strengthened when we fail to act in the face of arbitrary acts, when the international society falters in defending peace, sovereignty, and the rule of law. The consequences are tragic. Throughout the world, anti-democratic forces are trying to subjugate institutions and stifle freedoms. They worship violence, praise ignorance, act as physical and digital militias, and restrict the press. Even under an unprecedented attack, Brazil chose to resist and defend its democracy, regained 40 years ago by its people after 2 decades of dictatorial governments. There is no justification for unilateral and arbitrary measures against our institutions and our economy. The aggression against the independence of the judiciary branch of power is unacceptable. This interference in domestic affairs is aided by a subservient far right who is nostalgic of past hegemonies. False patriots plan and publicly promote actions against Brazil. Peace cannot be achieved with impunity. A few days ago, and for the first time in 525 years of our history, a former head of state was convicted of attacking the democratic rule of law. He was investigated, indicted, trialed, and held accountable for his actions in a meticulous process. He has the right to defend himself was secured, a prerogative that dictatorships deny to their victims. Before the eyes of the world, Brazil sent a message to all aspiring autocrats and those who support them. Our democracy, our sovereignty are non-negotiable. We will continue as an independent nation and as a people free from any type of guardianship. Sound democracies go beyond the electoral ritual. Its strength presupposes the reduction of inequalities, the guarantee of the most basic rights: food, safety, work, housing, education, and health. Democracy fails when women earn less than men or die at the hands of partners and family members. It loses when it closes its doors and blames migrants for the world's ills. Poverty is as much an enemy of democracy as extremism. Therefore, we were proud to receive confirmation from FAO that Brazil has once again left the hunger map in this year, 2025. But in the world, there are still 670 million hungry people, and about 2.3 billion face food insecurity. The only war of which everyone can emerge victorious is the one we wage against hunger and poverty. This is the goal of the global alliance we launched at the G20 and which has the support of 103 countries. The international community needs to revise its priorities, reduce arms spending, and increase development aid. Relieve the service of the foreign debt of the poorest countries, above all African nations, and set minimum global tax standards so that the super rich pay more taxes than workers. Democracy is also measured by the ability to protect families and the childhood. Digital platforms offer possibilities for us to come together in ways we never imagined. But they have been used for sowing intolerance, misogyny, xenophobia, and misinformation. The internet cannot be a land of lawlessness. It's up to governments to protect the most vulnerable. Regulating does not mean restraining freedom of expression. It's about ensuring that what is already illegal in the real world is treated the way in the virtual environment. Attacks on regulation serve to cover up hidden interests and provide shelter for crimes such as fraud, human trafficking, pedophilia, and attacks against democracy. The Brazilian parliament was right to rush to address this issue. Last week, I proudly enacted one of the world's most advanced laws for the protection of children and adolescents in the digital environment. Also, we sent draft bills to the National Congress to foster competition in digital markets and to encourage the installation of sustainable data centers. To mitigate the risks of artificial intelligence, we are committed to building multilateral governance in line with the Global Digital Compact that was approved in this plenary last year. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are experiencing a time of growing polarization and instability. Maintaining the region as a zone of peace is and was our priority. We are a continent free of weapons of mass destruction, without ethnic or religious conflicts. The comparison between crime and terrorism is worrying. The most effective way to combat drug trafficking is to cooperate to suppress money laundering and limit arms trade. Using lethal force in situations that do not constitute armed conflict is tantamount to executing people without trial. Other parts of the planet have already witnessed interventions that cause greater damage than intended, with serious humanitarian consequences. The path to dialogue must not be closed in Venezuela. Haiti has the right to a violence-free future, and it is unacceptable that Cuba be listed as a country that sponsors terrorism. In the conflict in Ukraine, we all already know that there will be no military solution. The recent meeting in Alaska raised hopes for a negotiated way out. It's necessary to pave the way for a realistic solution. This implies taking into account the legitimate security concerns of all parties. The African Initiative and the Friends for Peace group created by China and Brazil can help promote dialogue and a diplomatic solution. No situation is more emblematic of the disproportionate and illegal use of force than the one occurring in Palestine. The terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas are indefensible from any angle, but nothing, absolutely nothing, justifies the ongoing genocide in Gaza. There, under tons of rubble, are buried tens of thousands of innocent women and children. There, we can see that international humanitarian law and the myth of ethical exceptionalism of the West are also being buried there. This massacre would not have happened without the complicity of those who could have prevented it. In Gaza, hunger is used as a weapon of war, and the forced displacement of populations goes on unpunished. I express my admirations to the Jews who, inside and outside Israel, oppose this collective punishment. The Palestinian people are at risk of disappearing. They will only survive with an independent state integrated to the international community. This is the solution defended by more than 150 UN members, reaffirmed yesterday here in this very plenary, but bared by a single veto. It is regrettable that President Mahmoud Abbas was prevented by the host country of occupying the Palestinian bench at this historical moment. The spread of this conflict to Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Qatar, is fueling an unprecedented arms build-up. Madam President, bombs and nuclear weapons will not protect us from the climate crisis. The year of 24 was the warmest already registered. COP30 in the city of Belém, Brazil, will the COP of truth. It will be the time for world leaders to prove the seriousness of their commitment to the planet. Without a complete picture of the NDC's nationally determined contributions, we were walking blindfolded towards the abyss. Brazil has committed to reducing its emissions by 59 and 67%, covering all greenhouse gases and all sectors of the economy. Developing nations face climate change while grappling with other challenges. Meanwhile, rich countries enjoy a standard of living reached at the expense of 200 years of greenhouse gas emissions, demanding greater ambition and greater access to resources and technology. It's not a matter of charity, but of justice. The race for critical minerals essential for energy transition cannot reproduce the predatory and asymmetrical logic that has characterized recent centuries. In Belém City, the world will learn about the reality of the Amazon. Brazil has already reduced deforestation by half in the region in the last 2 years. Eradicating it requires ensuring decent living conditions for its millions of inhabitants. Promoting sustainable development is the objective of the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which Brazil intends to launch to compensate countries that keep their forests standing. But the time has come to move from the negotiation phase to the implementation stage. The world owes a lot to the regime created by the Climate Convention. Climate change needs to be brought to the heart of the UN so that it gets the attention it deserves. A council linked to the General Assembly with the power and legitimacy to monitor commitments provide coherence to climate action. This is a fundamental step towards a broader reform of the organization, which would also include an expanded Security Council in the 2 member categories. Few areas have worsened as much as the multilateral trading system. Unilateral measures have rendered fundamental principles, such as the most favored nations clauses, meaningless. They have disrupted value chains and threw the global economy into a pernicious spiral of high prices and stagnation. It is urgent to refound the WTO based on modern and flexible foundations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year, the world lost 2 exceptional public figures. Former Uruguayan President Pepe Mujica and our dear Pope Francis. Both embodied the best humanist values like no other. Their lives were intertwined with the 8 decades of the UN's existence. If they were still among us, they would use this platform to remember that authoritarianism, environmental degradation, and inequality are not relentless, that the only ones defeated are those who stand idly by, resigned, and that we can defeat the false prophets and oligarchs who exploit fear and monetize hate, and that tomorrow is made of daily choices, and it takes courage to act to transform it. In the future that Brazil envisions, there is no room for the reenactment of ideological rivalries or spheres of influence. Confrontation is not inevitable. We need leaders with clear visions who understand that the international order is not a zero-sum game. The 21st century will be increasingly multipolar. For it to remain peaceful, it cannot fall to multilateral. Brazil is giving increasing importance to the European Union, the African Union, ASEAN, CELAC, BRICS, and the G20. The voice of the Global South must be heard. The UN has today almost 4 times more members than the 51 who were at its foundation. Our historic mission is to make it once again a barrier of hope and a promoter of equality, peace, sustainable development, diversity, and tolerance. May God bless us all. And thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. You have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf, and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities. including October 7th, even while they refused to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, get to get it done, we have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3, have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly. As though they were alive, they want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law. But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, Nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as, and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way, people don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro, to every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America. Please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda, and I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And It's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's a totally, after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill.
Nós reduzimos os custos de energia porque nós faremos, como a expressão, vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia, e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Common to see one.
Por exemplo, se você olhar nos países em faturas de energia, nós não mas nós nos Estados Unidos conseguimos usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar e ninguém usa. Tudo isso a mudança. Esse agenda mundialista não tem nenhum sentido.
entire societies must be rejected
País
and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion